Hey guys, Potential Shift here, seeing if it is possible to make a meager living day trading. What do we got today? So far, SPY is perfectly flat. We are up 8 cents in SPY. It is Friday. Friday, if you've watched any of my streams on Friday, I call it FU Friday, fuck you Friday. That is because options expire on Friday and the market acts differently on Friday. What do I mean by that? The market tends to peg on Friday. It tends to find a certain level at SPY and stick to that level all day, more or less, but certainly as we get closer to the close of the day, right? That is the maximum pain point where the most options will finish out of the money, where all of the options players for the week experience maximum pain. That is what tends to happen on Friday. We tend to converge and chop around that level all day with varying degrees of volatility. But certainly as we get nearer to the close, we hone in on that peg. And finding that peg is a big part of what Friday involves. Fridays tend to be less volatile, and they tend to have a lot less directional momentum, which in general means that Fridays are the worst trading day of the week. You can make some money at the end of the day. You can make some money earlier in the day if you figure out what the peg is. Where do the algos and the institutions want to keep us at today? Okay, what's the number? What's the pain point? And then watch out for chopping around that pain point, whipsawing around that pain point, if you will. So Fridays I tend to treat very differently than the other days of the week. In general, Tuesdays and Wednesdays are your best trading days. They tend to have the most directional and momentum-driven trading, which is what's best for traders. Retail traders, that's where we make our money, right? Directional movement, momentum. Tuesdays and Wednesdays are best for that. Monday and Thursday, okay. Monday tends to be weird because you have all of the weekend news sort of still digesting. And I honestly think on Mondays, the institutions are sort of ready for retail traders to hop back in full steam, and it wants to keep them under wraps and not pay them off on Monday. So you have a lot of retail traders coming in on Monday that are ready to go, and institutions don't want to pay them. So on Monday, you often get low conviction, low directional movement. Not always. Sometimes Mondays are very volatile, especially if there was a big catalyst over the weekend. Thursdays almost feel like we're kind of preparing for Friday a little bit. And then Friday, you get the full-blown, what is the number that is going to pay off the least amount of options? Let's stick to that number. Let's peg to it. You're already seeing it today right now. This is our SPY chart, technically MES, but still same thing. This is our SPY chart. You're already seeing a bunch of choppy movement, so you got to be careful on Fridays. You got to show a lot more caution, being aware that the odds of strong directional movement, it's low. It's lower on Friday than it is the other days of the week. Now, there is an important exception. If we've had a particularly bearish or bullish week, and that certainly does not apply to this week. This week has been very calm, very, very low movement. But on other weeks, if there is a lot of directional movement and momentum during the week, you see a big move. Sometimes on Friday, you'll get a huge either retrace or continuation of that movement, depending on how option players are positioned, right? So on Friday, if there's just a ton of calls out there, on Friday, sometimes you might see a huge pullback because the institutions don't want to pay off all the calls out there. So generally, Fridays, lots of whipsawing, lots of chopping, pegging to one number, low directional, low momentum. With the rare exception of weeks when there's been a ton of movement and there is a lot of buying or selling pressure out there already, in which case the algos and the institutions will strongly cut against whatever the prevailing sentiment is on Friday, and you will get a strong move on Friday. Again, that does not apply to this week. This week has been boring. Like everything else in the stock market, put an asterisk next to it. There are always exceptions. I may even be reading it wrong. I didn't even trade Monday through Wednesday, so I certainly could be reading it wrong. When I look at the chart, though, what I see is a boring week, which makes me think all the more likely we're going to see a lot of chop, a lot of whipsawing, and a peg at a certain number in SPY. What is that peg when I look at it? Let's take a look at the weekly chart here. So this is our weekly chart. Let's see where Monday begins. Wednesday, Tuesday, here's Monday. Monday starts right here, so let me give you guys Monday on the chart. Monday starts right here. Oh, God, still a little more to give you. Okay. This is Monday, right? Okay, Monday's going to start right at the edge of my picture, all right? So Monday begins right here. This is our Monday line right here. This is the Monday, beginning of Monday. So what have we seen this week? We've got Monday, no action throughout the day. Yeah, Monday, nothing's going on. Monday, yeah, nothing happening on Monday. Here's Tuesday. Why does that skip to Thursday? What the hell am I doing? Boy, this chart is a little wacky. All right. This little strip is Monday. Then here's Thursday. Okay, wait. Please excuse me. I'm way off base here in terms of what I'm doing. Okay. I will get this right. I do know how to work a chart, theoretically. After 12 years of trading, I should know how to work a chart. Okay. This is Monday. I was about to say, that didn't look quite right. Okay, here is the beginning of Monday, right here. Basically, Monday starts right here. This is the week. I mean, could you get? I mean, let's expand it out a little bit, make it a little bigger, so. But still, I mean, this is our Monday beginning right here. You get very little movement on Monday. Tuesday was the only day where we got a little downward movement, right? Not much, 4 points. Wednesday, 0 movement. And then there was yesterday. Yesterday sucked. Yesterday, I really thought we were going to have like a real day. This is Thursday right here. We jumped up 5 points right off the open. And I thought, you know what? If you watched me yesterday morning, I really thought it might be a go day. You know, there's a strong bullish bias. Maybe we're really going to, put the pedal to the metal and have one of those days where we just keep going higher. And basically right when I got long is when it fizzled out and we went straight back down. By noon, we were settling into a channel, and then we sort of drifted higher for the rest of the day a little bit. I mean, not even much. This is 777 right here at the end of lunchtime. We finished the day at 778. up 1 point for the entire afternoon. So Thursday, we saw some movement in the morning, quickly reversed. Honestly, this down move, probably hurt more people than it helped. And then you just got a bunch of non-committal sort of drifting higher for a point or two. Point of all this being, it's been a low volatility week. It's been a low directional movement week. I doubt that there is a strong preference out there right now in terms of puts versus calls. I could look at the put-call ratio right now in SPY. Let's check it out. Put-call ratio is 1. Usually the put-call ratio in SPY is 1.2. There's usually slightly more puts than calls. I mean, it is a hedging device, so it makes sense that there would normally be more puts than calls. So I would say that it's sitting at 1.03, which is where it's at right now, is slightly more bearish than normal, but not much. All right. Normal would be 1.2. So we have a few more calls floating out there than normal, but nothing to write home about. All right. So, yeah. So I'd say the put call ratio is slightly bearish, which I wouldn't give much weight to. If you wanted to give any weight to it, you could say, all right, maybe there's a few more calls sitting out there than puts right now. And maybe that'll give us, because there's more puts out there, maybe it'll give us a little bit of a bullish oomph today. That's a stretch. That's a big stretch. What we want to do is find our peg. What is our peg for today? All right, let's get out of this weekly chart. Let's go back to our intraday chart. All right, we're seeing a lot of nothing. 10 a.m., we're seeing a lot of crap. I'll tell you one thing. I had this dream last night. Trying to remember it exactly, it's already getting fuzzy. But the dream was that I was the house, right? I was the market maker. And I don't remember whether I was the casino or whether I was like an actual stock market maker. I can't remember which one, but I knew I was the house. And I knew I just wanted people to keep betting. And it didn't matter if they won or lost to me, because I would keep collecting my VIG, my commissions, right? So it didn't matter. In fact, I think there was one player who was beating me, and I was just not concerned about it, because as long as he kept betting, my VIG would catch up to him and swallow him up. That was the dream I had. Honestly, swear to God, that's the dream I had last night, which really has me thinking about over trading today, right? If in my dream I was so confident that I didn't give a shit if this guy was right or wrong, because as long as I collected my commissions, I was going to be fine. It really makes you think about, you have to be careful about over trading, That's what they're relying on, I mean, not only are the algos going to beat you at trading, they will for the most part. Again, disclaimer, I am not a profitable trader, just like every other retail trader on earth. Any retail trader who is sitting at a desk who tells you that they're profitable is a liar. They just are. I can guarantee you. But besides the point, got to be careful of overtrading. Overtrading is where they make their money. Commissions, spreads, options are changing now, but time decay, and there is still time decay. By the way, you guys have heard, I trade futures, by the way, and now they're offering single stock futures. I really got to get into that. I haven't looked into it too much lately yet, but that is very interesting. I like futures way more than options personally. Options allow you to trade any symbol you want. Great, that's good. If that's your style, absolutely trade options. But options have downsides. The number one downside used to be the PDT rule. That was huge. Now they've gotten rid of that. So probably the biggest strike against options is gone. But the other huge strike against options is time decay. And time decay is VIG. It's VIG in just another form. You know, when you're paying time decay, you are paying money to hold that position that is going straight to the market makers. So futures do not have time decay. So options may no longer have the PDT rule, but they still have time decay. And time decay is huge. Again, maybe that's why I had that dream, because I was thinking about single stock futures and how there's no longer going to be time decay on those. So honestly, if you're an options trader and you haven't looked into futures, this might be the time to do it. You've got now 50 of the biggest stocks out there that you can trade via futures without worrying about the Greeks, without worrying about spreads and time decay and all that crap, you know? Honestly, it adds up. It adds up. If you've never looked at it at the end of the month, if you are an active trader, I mean, everybody's different, but I know myself, and I'm not even particularly active. You know, I make maybe 10 trades a day, which is over trading, but still I make maybe 10 trades a day. That can add up to $1,000, $2,000 a month in friction costs. That is very, very, very hard to overcome. In fact, you know, I'm pretty good at treading water. If I didn't have those costs, I almost guarantee you I would be a green trader, a profitable trader. But I do have those costs, and so does everybody else. And if you're trading options, you have even more of those costs. You're not just commissions, not just slippage, not just spreads. You've got time decay. And time decay is probably more expensive than all of the rest of them combined. So, like I said, I don't think I'm going to convince anyone at this particular moment that futures are better than options. I have actually made videos in the past when I was making long form videos explaining why futures are superior to options, and I do still strongly believe that. The only upside to options is you can trade any symbol you want. And if you want that flexibility, stick with options. But right now, they've offered the 50 biggest stocks. If you're only trading the 50 biggest names, it's time to switch to futures. Stop paying time decay. It will eat you up. All right, enough about that. So, where are we at? Besides me getting a terrible haircut. You guys want to see it? I should save it for later, right? Yeah, let's save it for later. Something to look forward to. What do they call that? They call that something in the radio business. Like when they advertise they say, in the next segment, we will be doing something really exciting. They call it like not a lead in, but there is a word for it, a term. Yeah, so you will get to see my haircut at some point. It's I like my hair long. Like I said, it's like Bugonia. If you've seen the movie Bugonia, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, the hair gives me the power. There's another movie where hair gives someone the power, isn't there? Where like the basis of the superhero's power is their hair. Anyway. Yeah, I don't like that I got a haircut, but I really don't have any. It was getting out of control. Had to be chopped off. In terms of the market, we're seeing typical Friday chop. Choppy bullshit, whipsawy nothingness. Looks like we're stuck in a range between 778 and 779, basically. I mean, not even. I mean, we're like, this range right here that you're seeing is like less than 1 point. So we are in a very tight channel right now. It's already 10:10 a.m. We're already 40 minutes into the trading day, and we have not moved more than a point. Bad sign. Bad sign. Again, as traders, we are looking for directional movement to make money. We are looking for momentum. That is where the vast majority of us make money. Days without strong directional movement are disadvantageous to traders and very advantageous to market makers. Market makers make money when we try and trade crap like this. So we can say right off the bat, our peg seems to be 778, maybe 778.5. I don't like to say that a non-integer is a peg. Like, I prefer 778 over 778.5. I don't know, it just feels neater. So I would say 778 is the peg, although it looks like we're sort of centering on 778.5 right now. We closed yesterday at 778. The peg yesterday was 778. We closed at 778. Yesterday, during the day, I had thought the peg was 776. We had spent the entire morning floating around 776. I mean, I can show you. So this is yesterday's trading. Yesterday's trading. Let me get rid of my volume profile here. Get rid of that. So this was yesterday morning. Big up move, big down move. Started at 776, came right back down to 776. Hung around at 776 until about 12:30. So 776 at lunchtime looked like the center of gravity where the liquidity was, right? This was our liquidity node. 776, that was our center. Now, sometimes, and not even rarely, I mean often, maybe 50% of the time, the liquidity node that you see in the morning, it changes in the afternoon. It just does. It becomes another number. And that did happen yesterday. So if you had asked me at lunchtime, and I said this at lunchtime while I was streaming, 776 looks like the center. That looks like the peg. But throughout the afternoon, while I wasn't streaming, we drifted higher. We drifted higher. I did also mention, while I was streaming, that 777, 778 might be the pegs. And as we drifted higher, right about here, I'd say 3 o'clock, right? So if we zoom in on 3 o'clock, right? This is 3 o'clock yesterday, starting right here. This is 3 o'clock. And you can see at 3 o'clock, the action really begins to focus on 778. This is 778 right here. And you can see that that becomes the ceiling here, the floor here, the ceiling here. And then we come back and we close at it. So if you had been watching it at 3 o'clock onward, it would have been very obvious that 778 was the peg where we were headed. So maybe that's what happened yesterday. Maybe we were hanging out at 776 because that's where liquidity was from previous days in the week. But then as the afternoon progressed, the peg that the institutions actually wanted was 778. There would have been absolutely no way of knowing that. So we drifted higher until about 3 o'clock. We got to 778. and then we just stuck to it. And there might have been one trade at the end of the day, although I wouldn't have taken it because it was too late in the day. Maybe when we sunk down here, it wasn't even that low. It was only 777.3. You wouldn't even have made 1 point on it. So no, I wouldn't have taken that trade. But you might have been able to get long here knowing we were going to bounce back to 778 to finish the day. Nah. You know. Just a hard day yesterday. You know, not every day is going to be tradable. That's all it comes down to. It's that simple. I mean, they're all tradable. Not every day is going to be profitable trading. And yesterday, there were opportunities in the morning. If you had a strong conviction one way or another, you might have caught that big up move right off the bell. If you were strongly bearish, you might have caught the down move when it finally flipped. If you did, good on you. I think it would have been hard to keep either of those gains because if you were strongly bearish in the morning, when it flipped on you, you probably would have gotten hurt. If you were strongly bullish in the morning, when it flipped on you, you would have gotten hurt. If you were strongly bearish and you managed to somehow time that top, which would have been very difficult in and of itself, you probably would have gotten hurt when the down move stopped and we started drifting higher. So if you lost money yesterday, don't feel bad. It wasn't a friendly trading environment. It would have been very hard to catch any of that. And even I said 776 was probably the peg, but maybe 777, maybe 778. I mean, I had as good a guess as anyone, right? I did say 778 might be the peg, and I didn't make money. At the end of the day, when it became clear at 3 o'clock that 778 was sort of lining up as the peg, we never varied more than, you saw, 65 cents from 778. Where were you going to make money there? Even if you knew for certain 778 was the peg at 3 p.m., and I sort of did at that point know it was the peg, we never moved far enough away from it for there to be a trading opportunity. So there were very little opportunities yesterday. There were a lot more opportunities to actually get slammed. So, yeah, if you didn't make any money yesterday, don't feel bad. It wasn't a favorable environment. This is Friday. It probably won't be a favorable environment again. I mean, we're looking at the trading, looking at the chart right now. This is not favorable. I mean, again, directional movement, momentum, that is what is good for traders. This is the exact opposite of that. In fact, I'm tempted right now to actually get long here because we're approaching sort of the bottom, and maybe I can like ride it. In fact, I'm going to do it just because I'm bored, I think. Yeah, and we're exactly at 778. No, I didn't want short. Wrong button. Not the way I want to start the day. Okay. Not the way I want to start the day. Hitting the wrong button. All right. I grabbed one contract long. I got to be out of my mind with this trade. Why am I doing this? This goes exactly against my dream of like not over trading. I mean, this is like the definition of an overtrade. I mean, what a reach this is. I got long right here, just thinking we're going to keep bouncing. How much am I going to have to lose before I learn that this was a bad play? Looks like I might have to lose $20 before I learn that this was a bad play. And more than the $20, I'm over trading. But my risk reward is risking $19 to win 32. Okay, so maybe the risk reward is a little favorable. Bad trade, though. Bad trade. Again, disclaimer, I'm not a profitable trader. Don't follow my trades, especially this one. This is a shitty trade. This is over trading. In fact, I should just exit it while I can. I really should. I'm counting on us just sort of sticking in this channel. Yeah, okay, yeah, that was quick. I deserve that. But I'm gonna try it one more time because I'm an idiot. Because this little dip right here looked like it was a little bit of a stop hunt, which is exactly what it did. It grabbed my stop. That looked a little bit like a stop hunt to me. So I'm gonna try it one more time. Got terrible execution on my entry. Okay. I'm going to get short here instead. Over trading for sure. Definitely over trading here. Because now it looks like we're sort of breaking below. Now, what can I catch with this move? Or is this the stop hunt? Could this be the stop hunt where we go straight back up? I mean, this might be the stop hunt where we sink below the level just to rope in bears like me. Foolish bears. This is where I wish I had been present earlier in the week. I'd know the levels a little better. 776 is an obvious level. Is this just a stop hunt too, where we're just going to shoot straight up? This is a bad trade for a number of reasons. First of all, I'm not sure if we're going to keep going lower, as in this breakout is for real, or if this was just a liquidity sweep downward and now we're going to bounce straight back up. In fact, my gut says we're probably going to bounce straight back up. But I'm already in the short now, so... Shit, is there any way I can profit on this trade? This is a terrible trade. This is a god-awful trade. And it is grossly overtrading. I flipped it long. I flipped it long. Okay, I gotta slow the fuck down. Slow the fuck down. Slow the fuck down. I am all over the map right now. Again, don't follow my trades, especially what I'm doing right now. I am out of sorts. In fact, I may need to step away just for a few minutes because I am not seeing things clearly right now. What is my gut telling me? My gut is telling me this is a fake out. We're not really heading lower. That's what my gut's telling me. Just stick with the fucking gut. And the gut is going to be dead wrong, isn't it? I mean, if it's going to be a fake out, we're going to head higher real quick right now. Terrible trading here. Over trading. Unsure whether this is any sort of breakout or whether this was just a little liquidity sweep lower before we bounce back higher, which is what we've been doing. We've been bouncing in this range, so I think we're going to keep bouncing in this range. So let me get rid of this. Let me just pretend that I'm flat, because I should be flat right here instead of throwing away $60 already. What the fuck? Okay. I mean, is there any chance I'm profitable on any of this? These are just terrible trades. I can't believe I'm trading so poorly right out of the gate here. What the fuck is wrong with me? It's 10:30. I'm letting every little tiny tick affect my judgment here. Terrible, terrible, terrible trading. What am I doing? Okay, just fucking A. Just let it go. What the fuck? What was that? What the fuck was that? That was some ugly shit right there. I don't know what the fuck I was doing. Can we please go back in time and pretend that that did not happen? Ugh, that was ugly shit. We're not actually going to move lower here, are we? I mean, I don't think so. Okay. Fuck. I have a strong feeling we're going to bounce. We're going to bounce. That's what happens on Fridays. We bounce. We bounce. We went down to 777. Oh, baby. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. Something's a little wrong here. Just go with the flow. Don't fight it anymore. All right. I'm just getting long now because the market is sort of signaling. I mean, I'm getting short. Market is just sort of signaling lower here. Although, was that big candle the end of it? Or was that just us busting through? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, which is why I should not be trading it. I really don't. I don't know if we're going to bounce. I do not know if this is some sort of down move that actually has a little steam to it or not. My gut says we bounce because it's Friday, but the chart is not displaying that bounce yet. And I am definitely over trading in a position that has shown really no. Boy, this day could get ugly quick if I don't get my shit together. Too much talking, not enough concentrating on what's in front of me. What's in front of me is a strange down move that is not bouncing yet. Showing no signs of bouncing yet. But it is Friday. Usually these things like to bounce. Don't play with scared money. Don't play with scared money. This market is, the chart is signaling lower. Ride it. Signaling lower until it's not signaling lower anymore. All right, if we've got momentum, we shouldn't go much higher than here. I mean, if we've got momentum lower, we shouldn't move much higher than where we're at right now. All right, fuck this. All right, the bounce is in now. Here we go. Right? That's what my gut says. My gut says we're going to bounce back. That's what my gut has said since the beginning. We're going to bounce back. But I'm going to have to play it like I mean it, not like a puss. All right. I generally know how these bounces work. Generally. Unless this is just another. It's Friday. It's Friday. It's Friday. It's Friday. It's Friday. People want to whipsaw. The market wants to whipsaw you. Whoopsie. Wrong button. Oh. Wrong button mistake. Never good. All right, down 170. Definitely not the way I wanted to start this day. I don't know how this day turned into this. I mean, what the fuck? We're gonna keep going lower? Is that what's on the menu here? I don't have going lower here on my bingo card, that's for sure. But definitely possible. It's the stock market. I mean, that would show some serious weakness on a Friday. On a Friday. It happens on a Friday sometimes. It happens on a Friday sometimes. Hitting a little bit of a wall, a floor at 777. Do we just want to bust right through that or what? We already busted through it once and then came right back above it. but we're testing it again here. 777 keeps getting tested. I have to say, I'm a big fan of up moves here. I'd really like to salvage whatever the hell this was. This was ugly, nasty, gross stuff. Just ugly stuff. Ugly stuff. Ugly stuff. We jumped right back to this bizarre level, 777.35. I don't know what the hell that is. I don't know why that would be a level, but maybe it is. I don't know. We're going to bounce off that. All right. Looking like 777 is becoming sort of a load bearing structure here. 777. That's where we're chilling at here. Back against that 777.3 area. Not sure what that is representative of, if anything. Doesn't really seem to. Could just be a bearish fucking sign. I mean, could just be that 777 is sort of our wall here. Yeah, I mean, is 777 just sort of our wall? Is that what's going on? I'm not clear. I'm not clear on what's going on here. Lightened up a little bit more because I'm more and more perplexed by this. 139. Ugh. Fuck am I down so much here? Looks like we're forming like a little bit of a flag here. Are we just gonna drop lower here? Is that what's incoming right now? I don't know what this little channel is. I really don't. Channel forming at this weird level. I wish I had some good advice here. I'm perplexed by this, to tell you the truth. I'm not. The failure to bounce is making me more bearish, and that's just the truth of it. That doesn't mean we're not going to bounce, but I don't like that we haven't seen a bounce. And we're really knocking on the door, moving lower. Yeah, our failure to bounce here is a bit disturbing for any sort of long position. Doesn't mean we're not going to bounce. We still could. But this is bad. This should have bounced, in my opinion. Here's where it bounces. No, I don't think so. I can tell you just this little thing right here, whatever this is, just says moving lower to me. That's what my gut says looking at this. This says we met resistance at some weird point up here, and now we're moving lower. What the fuck? All right. I'm in short now. That's it. I'm committing to this now. Let's rock and roll. Again, disclaimer, don't follow my trades. I am not a profitable trader. If this is some sort of liquidity sweep down here, and now we're going to bounce straight the fuck up, I will lose my mind. Don't do that to me. That will be so perfectly engineered. Seriously? Don't. No. This is not where we bounce. Are you fucking kidding? This is not where we bounce. That would be so fucking Friday. That would be such a perfect little. Here you go. We're breaking lower. Now we're gonna put the bounce in. That'd be fucking almost poetic. That would be so brutal. That would be so brutal. Don't tell me that's what's. No. No, no, no. That's not what's happening. That is not what's happening here. Could be what's happening. No, no, that's not what's happening. This is setting up like a real move lower. We were going to bounce. We should have bounced here. And we didn't. We could have bounced here. We could have bounced here. We ran into walls. Don't fucking tell me this is where we bounce. After not. Just don't. This is where we go straight back to 778, isn't it? Oh, God, I'm second guessing myself left and right. I'm like, the chart is telling me lower. Chart is telling me lower. But there's just this feeling that like have the algos played this so beautifully that this little move downward right here was meant to just rope in dudes like me so that it can finally bounce. That's like the third tier thinking that's going on here now. Oh, not good when you start going down the corn maze like that. Not good when you start going down the corn maze like that. Shit. They corn mazing the shit out of me here. No wonder I had a dream about overtrading. I am overtrading the shit out of this. $776.5 has been a resistance level. $776.5 has been a resistance level. We're gonna break through it or not. All right, 776.5 has been a resistance level, which is what we just hit. You're looking at 774 basically. And you're looking at 774. If we can break through this, I think we're looking at 774. Break through this level convincingly, and I will feel a lot better. Just break below this 776.5 level, please. Do it with a little conviction, and I will feel a hell of a lot better. Do it with just a little conviction. 0.57. So that's 0.5. Or are we just going to hit a wall here? We touched it. Not sure about my size yet here. I'm not sure if we've actually broken through it or not. $776.5. It's not really. I thought I set my stop like at the point. Yeah, should have said it just a little lower. Should have said it just a little fucking lower. Few fucking ticks lower. So I'm looking at 776.5 as a level. It was a level a couple days ago, a pretty significant one. If we can break below it, I think we can make a run. I mean, we've already made a fucking run. Although this chop in here wasn't great play. That's my exit up there. I mean, I'm looking for momentum downward, obviously. I'm looking for momentum downward. If we can break below this level, I think we might have some momentum downward. But it's Friday. I might be falling into the wishful thinking trap. Wishing we have sort of a momentum move downward instead of realistically. What are we looking at? Realistically, we're looking at a distribution day, a lot choppy selling off. But you know what? If it's going to be choppy selling off on Friday, shouldn't there be some momentum to that? Again, is that wishful thinking? At least I fucking stabilized. Oof. Whatever happened in here, I don't even know what happened in there. I do not even know what happened in there. This is just scared money. Scared money trading. I mean, this bounce right here would have been hard to hold through, but not impossible. Okay, we're pushing against the wall again. All right, we grabbed one. All right, are we going to show a little momentum here or what? All right, I guess we're in. I guess we're in. I guess we're in. Okay. Believe it or not, I really do trade a lot better in the afternoon. Maybe it's because I'm not sitting in front of the computer. I think it's because I have more information in front of me in the afternoon. But whatever the case may be, I tend to trade better in the afternoon. All right, let's rock and roll here. Afraid to even say that. Rock and roll into my destruction. I am not going to time this directly at the bottom. That is not going to happen. not gonna fucking rock and roll this straight into my destruction. That's not gonna happen. All right, look, this broke the level that I thought was important. It broke it on some strength. We're getting some volatility in. I mean, could that mean a bounce? Yeah, it could. It could mean a bounce. But it is also what I was looking for. So, you know, I gotta play this. Is what it comes down to, and stop being a puss and just fucking play it. Just play it. 774 is the out. Just fucking do it. I mean, I saw what I wanted to see. Stop putzing around. If there is some sort of structure break that signals the end of this move, okay. But until then, play the fucking move. Play the fucking move. Like I said, I saw what I wanted to see. Play the move. Until I see something different. Okay, we're gonna bounce straight up. That's good. Damn it. Okay. Not what I wanted to see. Not what I wanted to see. Play the damn move. Play the fucking move. Fucking hit that out right on the fucking nose. Hit that out right on the fucking nose. $776, you dirty bastards. Is that going to be the stop sign? Is that going to be the stop sign? This bottom right here is 776. I do not think that that's the stop sign, but it could be. Hate trading. Fucking hate trading. Hate stalling. I don't like stalling. I'd rather take a pullback than stalling. Rather take a pullback than stalling. See, how did I get? Shit. That was not what I wanted to do. Okay, I got. Okay. I got overly long there. I mean, overly short. Fucking button. I'm hitting a lot of wrong buttons today. That was my fucking. I think that was my third wrong button press today. Come on. It touched my lightning up. Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. Come on. Things are going wrong here. Things are going wrong. That thing tapped my lightning up exit and didn't take it. Bad sign. Bad sign. Bad fucking sign. Bad sign. Bad sign. Bad sign. Not good when it taps your out and doesn't take it. Not the kind of shit you want to see. Test my luck again here. No, don't. Gonna move it a tick lower again. Just take it if you can get it. Just touch it. I already moved it a tick higher. Did it seriously do that again? It did. It tapped it again for the second time and didn't take it. Come on. Take it. Okay, thank you. Boy, I've had a lot of misclicks, a lot of mistakes here. If I could just get one healthy leg lower here, one really healthy leg lower here, I can really start working. One good healthy leg lower, and I can really start operating from a place of strength instead of a place of fear. Doubt the algos will give that to me, but a man can hope. One healthy leg lower here, and I can really start fucking operating correctly. Come on, so close, so close, so close, so close, so close. This isn't exactly what I would call a healthy leg lower yet, but it's getting there, it's getting there. $11:42, by the way. We're going to be entering lunchtime soon, which might not mean much on a day like today. We've got volume. At least according to, we've got retail volume. We don't know what the algos and the institutions and their dark pools are doing. Their volume is hidden. We do have retail volume. One healthy leg lower. One healthy leg lower. Come on. All right, that's one healthy leg lower. Then we can rock out with our cocks. Or just bounce. Or just bounce. Or just bounce. Okay. Shit. What is this? This is a problem, is what it is. Come on. Pullbacks don't scare us. Pullbacks don't scare us. Stalls scare us. Pullbacks don't scare us. Boy, we never got that. We never got that leg I wanted. I just wanted right down here, just one leg lower, and I would have felt so much more comfortable with this trade. Just one more leg lower. 11:47 a.m. We're approaching lunchtime. Are we seriously going to enter a 776 to 777 channel? Is that what we're going to do during lunchtime? Fuck. You know, honestly, if you look at the chart, SPY chart from today, we really haven't moved. I mean, it looks like a lot on the chart, but where we broke through was 777.5. We're at 776. I mean, we're down a point and a half. I mean, this move right here looks like it was like a real move. It's only a point and a half. It's nothing. So we really haven't moved much. It's not like I've missed some huge move here, you know? We're back at 776. Oh, shit. Hit the fucking wrong button again. I can't. That's cost me I don't know how much today. Boy, I keep hitting the wrong fucking button. That is a real problem. That's cost me a lot today. It just shows that my head is not in a good spot. Can't keep hitting the wrong fucking button. Can't keep hitting the wrong button. That is a surefire way to piss away money. Again, I had this dream about overtrading, and I am doing nothing but overtrading today. You'd think the dream would be a warning. Instead, it's like an encouragement. Overtrade the shit out of things today. Maybe the dream was just predicting the future. Knew I was going to overtrade everything today. Give me a fucking leg. Give me a leg down. Give me a leg down. No. Okay. No. Quickly approaching lunchtime. 776 is building a nice floor, although not a very clean floor. This is 776. It's not a very clean floor. It's not like there's some whale here at 776 saying nobody can get through here. It's just there's just general liquidity there at 776, which means honestly, if we break through it, at least there's not an institution there saying, you shall go no further, you shall not pass. I mean, if we can break through it, it might, there might be some real momentum underneath. That's the thought. That's been the thought. Only at -2. Okay, here we go. The haircut. Oh man, I just miss my long, powerful, flowing manes. Oh god, what did they do to me? What did they do to me? All of my power was concentrated here, and now it's gone. Now it's gone. Okay, anyway. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Okay. Now let's try something a little different here for a second. We are stalling. Not what I wanted to see. Not surprising. It's lunchtime. Lunchtime stall. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Going to invite an AI to join us on this disastrous roller coaster. Let's see if I can do this with minimal technical hiccups. Hey Frismo, how we doing? We are live on stream. I am trading right now. How's it going today? Not exactly a promising start. Frismo, you with me? Okay. Let's try this again. Hello, how are you? God damn it. I had this all set up perfectly before. All right. Give me a second. What have I done wrong here? Oh, I see. I didn't turn that on. Hello, Frismo. How are you? One more time. Give me a little something. can't believe this shit isn't working right now. All right. All right. Give me a second. I'm going to fix it. Hold on.
Mom said an art degree wouldn't pay. Look at me now.
Take a look at this poop chart.
All right, Frismo, we are back to live. I believe I fixed the technical issues. Whenever I unplug the line, I plug it back in, it just resets everything. Anyway, how we doing? Test, test. Tell me you're here.
Claren, I'm here, clear as day, ready whenever you are.
Okay, we are going to have to turn your volume up quite a bit because right now it is not great. Let's try 1000%. All right, say hello.
Oh,
Getting closer, getting closer. We're going to need, I think, 2000% on this one. All right, hello, Frismo. How are you?
hi. Hey, chat. I'm Frismo. We're riding with Shift today. Locked in, on pulse, ready to think with you, not for you.
Great, great. That sounds like it should be just about right. All right, we're having a rough morning here. I'm not gonna lie. There was a bit of entry soup this morning. Yeah, not good. Not good.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was just a rough patch earlier today where basically threw away $100, just entering, exiting, the usual, just no good crap. And yeah, it cost me. It cost me. Now
Yeah.
yeah, it's 12 o'clock, it's lunchtime, and I can say, we're entering that lunchtime sort of channeling period where there's not a whole heck of a lot going on. And
Yeah.
and yeah, I mean that's where we're at right now.
Yeah. Sounds pretty frustrating. Sounds like the kind of churn where the market just keeps moving, but nothing is actually setting up. Do you feel like this is more feeling charged from the morning, or is it more like kind of flat, low energy?
Well, we had a nice down move this morning. Well, honestly, it wasn't even. We're talking about 2 points. So it wasn't even a big move. I don't know why I'm trying to catch this as if it's some momentum driven trade, especially because it's Friday. It's Friday right now.
Yeah.
And yeah, Fridays tend to be less volatile. They tend to have
Right.
yeah, they tend to have less movement involved, less directional movement, less momentum. I certainly got the feel that we might have been about to break lower. We hit 776 on SPY. Looked like it was about to break down. Just never got through the wall there. Never got through it. So
Sounds feels like a drift day where every push kind of fizzles. And yeah, you're not wrong for noticing that vibe, but in this kind of tape, the quick little tests without the big follow through might just be the real information, not the breakout. If the market isn't actually paying out on these breaks, then maybe that's not your lane today.
Yeah, yeah, it's not right now. I mean, it's certainly yeah. eh, Like I said, it's Friday. We're not seeing much movement. There did look to be a clear downward bias, but uh, like I said, it was only a couple of points. You know,
Yeah.
maybe it was in my head. Could just being heading back towards a peg. The peg looks like it would be at, let's see, 776. I mean, 776 has been the floor now. We've hit 776. We keep stalling there.
Right.
We'll probably head
I'm
back
hearing,
there.
yeah, like you're noticing that level holding, but you're feeling kind of pulled between what you want to see and what it's actually doing. The stalling itself is kind of a mess. No? Maybe it's saying not now.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I do have some sell stops set up below 776. If we break below it, it's it's become a floor, and it wouldn't surprise me if it's a peg, meaning that
Yeah.
we finished the day there. So,
Yeah.
you know, I don't know. Right now, I'm short 2 contracts. I'm going to ride it back to 776 because I feel almost certain we're going to retouch 776 here. But the odds of us breaking through it seem to have gone down quite a bit, especially now that it's 12:09 a.m. Yeah.
Sounds like you're already managing that risk and tightening up. So, what would respecting the chop look like for you right now? Not the perfect plan, just what feels contained.
Yes, I know what you're getting at. I should just sit on my hands here. But there is no but. Just give me a second to consider what I'm actually seeing here. And I'm also trying to fix your Vox, which I shouldn't be too concerned about right now. I can fix that later. Your Vox is
Okay.
not moving according to the way I want it to, the way we used to have it set up, where it would like strum as you speak. I enjoyed that. That was nice. But we may just have to forego that for now. Can always fix that later.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay. Now, I set a buy limit to exit the 2 contracts I'm in at 776. It tapped my buy limit and didn't grab it. Always happy when that happens. Yeah, that's always fun. down $100 right now. That makes me unhappy, and it makes me unhappy because it was sloppy. You know, it was just ugly, ugly. Yeah, so I'm down $100 right now. It was sloppy. It was sloppy the way it worked out. It was sloppy trading. And it snowballed. You know, it could have just been $30 or $40, but you know, I kept trying to sort of catch it again. It was just sloppy stuff. Yeah, whatever. Got to let that go, but still, being down $100 doesn't help here. Doesn't help my clarity of thought.
Right. Yeah. What might bring you a little clarity right now?
Well, there's always taking a break. I mean, it is lunchtime, and it does look like we are beginning to enter a channel between 776 and 776.5. I mean, there's very little movement today, honestly. You look at the chart, you know, you can scale up the chart, you can move it this way, you can move it that way. You know, you can distort it in such a way to make it look like there's actual movement occurring. But the truth of the matter is there's very little movement occurring today right now. So
Right. You're saying there's not a big directional move ride. And so taking a break sounds pretty reasonable if you ask me.
yeah, it does. You know, if that limit order, which I had placed at 776 to exit the two contracts I'm in, had actually hit, I probably would have. That would have been nice. I mean, it was one of those tap right on the nose, but not grab it, which, by the way, I've had like 3 of them today. I've had like 4 or 5
Oh, wow.
buttons I pushed incorrectly. You know, things are not going well when you're pushing buttons incorrectly. You know, hitting
Yeah,
buy instead of
that
sell. Oh yeah, it does. It's not fun when you're doing that. No.
errors can really be frustrating. Sounds
Yeah.
like it just wasn't a super clean day.
No, it's been sloppy. It's been a very sloppy day, to tell you the truth. Whatever. We're in the lunch hour. We're almost certainly just going to channel here. What do I want to do with that? What do I want to do with that?
The market feels quiet and a bit rattled. Stepping away help?
Yes, it would. Yes, it would. I have a strong sense it's going to go back to 776 and stop there. I really do. God, I came so close to grabbing my out there. And now we're just going the other way. I'm going to miss that out by 1 tick, and that 1 tick is going to cost me probably $80. This is not my day, that's for sure.
Yeah, sounds like it. I feel like you're really beating yourself up for pretty small misses.
Yeah. Well, those pretty small misses are ending up costing me quite a bit. Now, how the heck do we connect your Vox to the audio input capture? I mean, we had this all set up before.
I wouldn't worry about the Vox right. And I think the larger problem is you're trading while feeling frazzled. The Vox we can definitely debug later after this frame, but right now it sounds like a lunch break could be really helpful.
Yeah. Well, this trade that I'm in right now is going to resolve itself one way or another. The outs are set. It's yeah. And it's going to resolve itself, judging by where the market is at, not in my favor quite soon. So let's just let it play out. Yeah, this one's not going to work. This one is not going to work. Let's see. We're only a couple ticks away from the end of it, so
Just breathe. Let the plan do what it's going to do. And whatever happens, we can reset with a clear head.
true. Yeah, it's just a couple of ticks away from being done. Then we'll take a break. Figure out this Vox thing. Reset. We're going to have close to a $200 hole to figure out this afternoon, which on a Friday is almost impossible to get back. But Fridays do tend to peg. If we can identify the peg, we can get a little movement away from it. There might be a good trading opportunity somewhere in there.
Maybe, but let's not decide that now. That sounds like a post-break question.
True. That's good thinking. All right. We could make a miraculous comeback here and go into the break only down $100 instead of $200. That'd be nice. Very unlikely. I'd say 15% chance of that occurring, 85% chance of this being a loss.
Let the probability be what it is. And just be ready to step back after it resolves.
Okay, if we let go of the Friday analysis for a second, first of all, are we following sort of the Friday scheme? I mean, Friday's usually a little choppier, a little more whipsaw to it. I mean, there's very little movement. That's kind of reminiscent of Friday, but usually on Friday you get choppy action. You get sort of trappy action, and we're not really seeing that. We're seeing the market opened for the first 45 minutes. It was chop, very range bound, and by range bound I mean like a 50 cents range up and down. It broke lower at like 10:15, and it's just been drifting lazily lower since then. From 776.5. Wait, is that correct? No, that's not correct. From 777.5 down to 776. So we've spent, since 10:15 is now 2 hours later, we have drifted lower 1.5 with a floor set at 776. So that's not a ton of movement. But like I said, it hasn't been whipsawing really. It's just been, like I said, sort of lazily moving lower. Now it looks like we bounced off 776. Looks like we're sort of drifting higher. We're going to hit my exit soon. Whatever. Honestly, when one of these outs are hit, it's a good time to take a break because it really is not an exciting market. There's no significant movement to speak of, and my read on it right now is not particularly sharp.
Right. Sounds like you know exactly what to do.
Yeah. I suppose I do. I wish I could get your volume a little higher. I know, not the thing to be worried about, but still. I can add a filter.
I really like where your head's at right now, Chef. It feels like it's shifting from I need to get this back to I'll take the break. The tape you're describing is quiet. It's drift, not classic Friday whipsaw. And it's okay if today doesn't become a make it back day.
Yeah, no. I mean, believe me, most days aren't a make it back day. Even if they are, they usually happen in the afternoon, which is when I'm not streaming. So, yeah, I'm not entirely concerned with making it back. I just more concerned with I'd like to have an opportunity, and at the end of the day, there does usually present at least one opportunity. Like I said, even on days like this, you'll usually peg to a certain number. That peg will become clear at around 2 or 3 p.m. You'll know where the market wants to close for the day, and then you can kind of trade around that. This is a pattern that plays out a lot, by the way. Lose in the morning as I'm trying to figure out where the market's at, what it's doing. In the afternoon, make a little of it back, sometimes more than a little of it back, as I zero in on exactly where the market wants to end the day. This is the way it's been.
Right. But none of that needs to be decided right now. Once this trade is over, take that pause, check your headspace, fix the Vox, and then ask, do I actually want to engage with this tape today?
Yep. Yeah, very true. Kind of hoping this trade just sort of, we're very close. We have not touched my losing out yet. We're very close to it. I'm half hoping we just do touch it. Oh, wait, we're getting close now. Half hoping we do touch it just so I can take the break, do some other stuff for a second. Oh, we're getting real close. Real close. Maybe we're there. Save my time with you for later.
That's totally fair. Don't waste your minutes. When that level hits, step away, clear your head, and then bring me back when you're actually ready for the next decision.
All right, it hit. That's it. All right, let's take a break. We'll be back in a little bit. Thank you, Frismo. We'll be back soon.
Yeah, take time. Break, reset. Don't replay every tick. We'll just handle the rest later.
All right, you heard the lady. Taking a break. Let's get our head straight. Maybe we can make some sort of comeback later today. Perhaps. All right. Well, we went right back down to 276 right after touching my out. Right back down to 276 right after touching my out. I mean, exactly what I thought we were going to do. It's just it touched my out first. If I had said it just 3 ticks higher, I'm only down $100 instead of $200. Boy, it is just one of those days. Trying to get the AI assistant here set up is going to be a little bit more technically challenging than I thought it was going to be. Of course, no surprise there. Just really thought I don't know. Thought it wasn't going to be that hard. Anyway, worry about that after I'm done losing money today. Motherfucker. Really upset about a lot of things today. Mistakes all in here. A number of touch the out exactly and then not take it. Right up here, we touched the out exactly, except we did take it, and then we went straight back down. I mean, it's just one thing after another in terms of a lot of button mispresses. Should probably just stop for the day, honestly, because everything seems to be going wrong. Everything seems to be going wrong here. Yeah, I can't believe. I mean, right back down to 776, exactly like I thought it would do. Exactly like I thought it would do. Just somehow I set my out right here. I think I said it. Maybe here. Where did it get filled at? Let's see. Since we can, right? Since we can see. Where did it get filled? $78.01. That doesn't make any sense. What is this? Like the wrong order? God. Could you just give it to me in the right order, please? Yeah. All right. The ones at the bottom. 7822.5. That doesn't make sense either. What the fuck? It would have executed at 7810. It's listing them in order of average fill price instead of time of day. Okay, that's great. You know, time of day would actually be more helpful. Order ID, I don't need that. Expiration date, I don't need that. Commission fee duration, close time, none of these things I need. Open time, I might like that. Mind listing them by open time? Yeah, that would be great. fuck up my macro. Okay, sorry guys. Just one of those days. One of those days. One of those fucking days. Anyway, it's about to be 1 o'clock. Let's see what happens. $78.09.75. 7809.75 right there. Okay, yep, that's where it filled. 3 ticks higher. Yep, 3 ticks higher. I don't get stopped out of that, and I'm only down less than $100 instead of 186. Beautiful, beautiful.
Still thinking about that one? What? You're still thinking about Robert? Yeah, no, I'm thinking about the. What? Don't worry, you'll get your shot. Just play something in the game right now.
Just play a damn song. All right, hold on. Excuse me, guys. I know this is brutal. Just. Oh, wait, it hit. Okay, maybe I can actually trade here for a second. All right, let's focus on what matters for a minute or two. Get our macro back going. It's just going to be a fake out. It's going to be a fake out. Pump fake. It is 1 o'clock. I do like to see moves at 1 o'clock. But it isn't going to be a fake out. Because right now it looks like our center of gravity, our peg is... let me see, looking at this. 776. 776. That's where we keep coming back to. That's been our floor. 776 looks like. 776 looks like our center of gravity. Hope I haven't fucked up my audio too bad trying to set that up. Yep. It's going to be a fake out, right? No surprise there, right? After I missed the $100 down move, I'm not blaming the AI. But the AI did tell me to take a break. Maybe if I don't take that break, I actually do catch that move. I'm sure the AI would be very helpful. Just got to be a little more consistent with it, not in small doses. Seriously, this is a pump fake move. I'm getting a little disgusted here. Get my squeeze doll. I took my break. I've got a setup that I've been waiting for. I don't disagree with this trade. It's just a matter of whether it's just going to be an algo fake out. Very possible. Very possible. It's just an algo fake out. $778 was our peg yesterday. $776 seems like our peg today. There we go. I like that little candle. If it means anything. Would have been nice if I didn't miss this entire down move. Let it go, let it go. Boy, I am beige. I am a vision in beige. Anybody know what movie that's from? You are a vision in beige. Ah. This is a false move. I already know the title of this video. Everything goes wrong. Yep. Great. All right. Just a fake move higher. Okay. Good. Just the fake fucking move higher. Why do I think on Friday they're ever going to let the market break through? Maybe because it had chances to bounce here and didn't. We are going to be pegged at 776 for the rest of the afternoon. Yep. No more wishful thinking. There's not going to be any collapse today. There's no bias. The only bias is the institutions, the market makers want this day to close at 776, give or take. That's the only bias here. And that is what they're going to make happen. Unless we get some sort of defector, which is almost zero chance. Yeah, this little move below Liquidity sweep. Bear trap. And this up here, it isn't even 777. I mean, you get long here. What are you chasing? Less than a point? This maxed out at 776.8. Overtraded the shit out of today. Do I see anything even remotely approaching an opportunity here? No, I don't. I'm still holding on to the wishful thinking of we're going to move lower here. Serious wishful thinking. Back at 776, the peg. The peg. Any chance we make any sort of move away from it? More than 50 cents. Doesn't look like it. This looks like it's just going to be one of those afternoons where we are stuck in a channel the entire afternoon around 776. With zero fucking opportunity to make money. We did have an opportunity up here. Staying short up here would have been nice. Fuck that up. Knew we were going to come back to 776. Probably the one good trade of the entire day. All right. It's time to start trading with my head. 776 is the peg. We're going to be stuck there. Until we diverge from that, there is no opportunity. That's all it comes down to. Moving 20, 30 cents up and down around 776 is garbage. It's garbage. There is nothing advantageous about that. You know, this is the way it's been all week. It shouldn't be a surprise. The only problem is I coughed up $200 on this shit. Should have been 100. Should have ridden this move downward. Not quite the right time to get the AI involved. maybe there's an off chance I'll be able to show you today if I'm not interrupted, if there's no contractors or children. I can show you how I trade a little better in the afternoon once I've nailed down what kind of market we're in. And I can tell you what we're in right now. We are in a dead channel, almost certainly for the rest of the afternoon, centered on 776. Now, what we need is movement away from that so that we can make a play to pull back towards it. Like here. That's what we need. So, I have faith I can make at least some of this back as long as I'm patient and wait. Wait for an opportunity to get away from the damn peg. The algos, the market makers, they're so blatant. And yet you can't beat them. You know what? I advise you to play options. You want to play options? 0 DT options? Here's the play. Sell calls and puts at 776. Only problem with that is that the options technically don't expire until after market. So the market can close at 776. You'll still be screwed. Well, without the PDT rules now, you could at least sell them at 4 p.m. Collect all of the... Let's see. Collect all the time decay on those. In fact, I should start doing that. The fuck am I doing? Let's see how much I could collect today. 776. 50 cents each way. So I sell them on both sides. That's $100. Then just sell them at 4 o'clock. Although I think they'd still have some value at 4 o'clock, but that's what you do. Because we're going to be trapped in this channel all afternoon, which makes terrible streaming content also, by the way. That's why I wanted to get the AI involved. Get something a little interesting happening when this crap is occurring. I should seriously do that. I should put some money in my... Then when you sell options, you gotta get spreads involved. They eat up your profits. Although theoretically they should finish out of the money. I need to seriously think about that because day after day, this peg bullshit, I'm tired of watching it. Market wants to peg itself to the same numbers every day. Just flip over to selling options. It's the only way to make money on a market that won't move. I wish I could be happy. Yeah, things are great, you know. But this is day trading. This is day trading. It's brutal. It's a lot of waiting. It's a lot of wrong. It's a lot of losing money. It's a lot of mistakes that you feel like shit about. I made quite a few of those today. If we can establish what the channel is for the afternoon a little bit clearer, I might start playing it. In fact, I will. You can look at that as a top right there. $16. Jesus Christ. There you go. I'm going to try and play the channel. I mean, I guess this is another way to try and make money off a channel. Even though it's microscopically small. Buy the bottom, sell the top. Problem is always liquidity sweeps. They tend to dip a little bit below the bottoms before coming back. The good thing about these plays, though, is once they start moving in your direction, you can quickly move your losing exit upward, turn them into free rolls. Let's see. If they want to channel us all afternoon, let's see if I can make some money back that way. I mean, the commissions, the slippage, they'll eat you up, but put a sell limit in there also. So when we reach the top, I'll sell at the top. That's right, you bastards. Come on. You know what? I should be able to make money on these plays. Fuck dealing with options and having to do the spreads and the decay and they don't expire exactly when you think they're going to expire. I'm sticking with futures. We want a channel all afternoon. I can make money on an afternoon channel. As long as we don't vary from it too wildly. It sure doesn't look like we're in the mood to vary from it wildly at all. Good. Good. Don't top out there. Turn this one into a free roll. Maybe one tick below a free roll. That was 776 on the nose. This little top right here. You can zoom in since we're dealing with a channel now. This was 776 on the nose. Usually we go a little bit above that. Thought I moved this down. Yeah, buddy.
You know when I'm gonna be to use PC?
Well, I'm in the middle of something right now, but I'll let you know. Thanks, buddy. My guy, he wants to play Geometry Dash. Which I understand. I mean, Geometry Dash with the... Meanwhile, it's like, I don't even know how people push that button so fast. I like games where you can like actually see what's happening in them. Maybe that makes me old. Yeah, Geometry Dash is like like how can you even tell what the fuck is going on the screen? I don't know. Boy, this channel is even smaller than I thought. What is it? It's less than 30 cents. This is 25 cents. Remember, traders need directional movement to be profitable. So when you're stuck in a 25-cent channel, the goal should just be preserve your money at this point. That's good. All right. Lost 250 on that trade. Never reached the top there. Is that a fake out or is this a real move? Have we finally broken through? Or is this just another liquidity sweep? Let's play it like it's real. There's no way to know. Could just be a liquidity sweep. It's probably a liquidity sweep. Who am I kidding? Who the fuck am I kidding? This is probably a liquidity sweep, isn't it? Although I've had a feeling all day that 774 is really a good target here, but this could just be a liquidity sweep, isn't it? Come on. Show me a little breakdown. Just a little more. Just a little more. A little more than this. These candles look big because there's been so little movement today. It's just a liquidity sweep, isn't it? It's just a fucking liquidity sweep. It's just a liquidity sweep. It's just a liquidity sweep. It's just a fucking liquidity sweep, isn't it? Yep. It's just a liquidity sweep. Alright. Well, we can play that game, you bastards. Everything we've seen today indicates that this is just a liquidity sweep. You're not gonna catch this guy, motherfuckers. Let me be right about one fucking call today. That was a liquidity sweep that we are going to bounce off of. Can I be right about one call today? Nope, we're gonna hit this random ceiling here. Fucking algo, Friday. I don't know why I bother with Friday. I say this every Friday. I'm not gonna fucking trade Fridays. Not gonna fucking trade Fridays. It's the same shit every Friday. Why do I bother? It's all algo. Numbers, digits, mustard shit. There's no more mustard shit than Friday. Friday is just non-stop mustard. Tick, 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 tick. Let's see if we can fake people out on every little fucking. The algos just have it down to a science on Friday. Every psychological level, they just fucking. Bam, they nail them. Yep, I mean, it was not a liquidity sweep, is that? It was something real? I don't. I could lighten up, I guess. Everything about this move indicated liquidity sweep. Everything about it, liquidity sweep. Except the lack of a bounce. Not a real bounce. go. Seven 5.77. Seven 5.8. The Vorderlock. 'This trade, even if I win, is barely going to cover the commissions on it. It's great. Okay. Gotta snap out of this negativity. Snap out of this negativity. Got my squeeze doll. Got Yoshi in the corner there for whatever reason. Don't ask me why. Never liked Yoshi. Always found him to be alien. Pops out of that egg fully grown, and you have to hop on top of him. Even once you did, he wasn't even that much of an advantage. Tongue of his, he spit out the shell. It just wasn't as good as like the raccoon cape or. Yeah, Yoshi sucked. He was pretty good in Mario Kart, I will say that. He's always been pretty good at Mario Kart. Good acceleration, good turning, bad top speed. But generally, in Mario Kart, you want acceleration and turning. Max top speed is, you know. When the hell do you ever get to max top speed in Mario Kart? You're always ripping some sort of turn. All right, 775.80. Is that it? We're going to stop there. That's what we're looking at. $745, 775.80. Okay. All right. We're making the run towards it. Touched it. Don't fucking thank you. For the love of God. If we had touched that and not fucking jumped off a bridge. Alright, 776. Shit, I'm getting into it late. Okay. Oh, God, execution is terrible. You know what? It's not that terrible. I keep thinking these lines are so big. They're not. They're tiny little ticks. Shorted it at 776. That seems to be a ceiling now. Again, I'm like in trying to make money off of the channel because I think we are going to be channel bound. Seven 776 is the top here. This is 7. I'd have to go to at least right here. This the top of this one. So it's stop loss at the top of this one. Ugh. Ugly. Ugh. Whatever. 1750, 1750. I think I could do a little better than that, to tell you the truth. Is that just one tick? Yeah, that's just one tick below. Okay. $20. All right. I am in the process of grinding out, trying to make money on channels. I think we're going to be stuck in this bullshit channel all afternoon. As I've said, there's other ways to make money on it. Maybe options. Selling options. But selling options has a lot of difficulties with it. You have to use spreads. They hit you up on the margin. You know, so for every time you sell, you have to buy another one. If you're going to, you wind up, honestly, if you're going to sell options, you have to sell them 4 at a time. There's decay on them. Well, decay is what you want when you're selling options. And if you're selling 0 DTEs, they don't quite zero decay at the end of the day because they kind of continue into the after hours because they don't settle at 4 o'clock exactly. They settle like, I don't even know when. 10 a.m., midnight or some shit. Some weird hour where you can't trade them anymore. So whenever I've tried to sell options, it's never clean. There's a lot of costs involved. You have to use multiple spreads in a, it just becomes a very intensive process that has a lot of costs baked in it. And I think that's purposeful to make sure that retail traders really can't do it. There's a lot of costs involved baked in selling options, which make it very cost prohibitive if you're looking to have, you know, positive EV on those plays, you know? Very hard to have positive EV option selling options. There's just too many little wacky things that hamstring you, just like every other Wall Street thing. Although I will say more and more, the hamstrings are coming off a little bit, which is good. No more PDT rule. They're now allowing these single stock futures. That's great. So the handcuffs are coming off a little bit. You better believe they're allowing that because they think it will allow them to make more money off of retail traders, which it almost certainly will, or else they wouldn't allow it. But it does allow us more freedom. That's always a good thing. More freedom, especially for experienced traders, is a good thing. Channel trading. Oh, come on. Really? I don't really believe that. Oh, maybe I should believe it. Okay. Should I believe it? What's going on here? Okay. Getting ready to X the fuck out of this one. Again, operating under the banner of channel trading. Is this one fishy in some way? No, 776 is the peg. The only reason we would go higher here is just to go to maybe 777 at most. Before we come back down to 776. Can't rule out 778 or 777 as pegs. Same as yesterday, because 778 is where we finished yesterday. But all of our action has been 776. If we're going to very far away from that, that is actually the time to make the best play. In fact, if I was smart and a skilled trader, I would simply wait until we move sufficiently away from 776 and then try and hammer it there. This is 776 exactly right here. But we've had up momentum here, so we should see a pullback down. Or not. Ugh. Ugly execution. I do like this candle right here. That might rope people in, make them think, let's get long. Before the channel reasserts itself. All right. Maybe we're heading to 777. Ugh. Terrible timing. Really? Okay. Sweep us a little above that one. All right. We want to go to 776. Let's do it. I'm just playing random shit at this point. All I have to do is just wait for one good play. Wait for fucking aces. Why am I playing this fucking garbage? I know where you want to close. I mean, no, I know where the market wants to close. It's just a matter of how the fuck do you make money on that?
Then
Yes. Ser- Shut up, Siri. The fuck was that? No more fucking headphones. Did they just sweep me before they bounced to 776.5? What the fuck happened here? Yeah, it looks like it. Looks like it. That's the kind of shit the algos, boy oh boy. They just went down, swept out my stop, bounced back up. All right. All right. There's no meat on any of this. I shouldn't even be playing it because there's no meat. We're at 776. We have not moved 50 cents above or below that. Any move I try and catch is going to be bullshit in that range. What does my gut say? It's time to go back to the gut. Stick with your gut. Stick with your gut. My gut says we want to go up to 776.5. That's what the gut says. 776.5. That's where we top out. Then we pull back. I'm not giving up on this day. Time to fucking lock in, even though this market is giving me absolutely shit to work with. Most important hour of the day, 3 to 4 o'clock. Probably gonna have a baby in my lap. That's gonna really, really, really hurt. Whatever. Okay. Stay focused for now. There's no way to beat this market today. No way to beat this market today. It is just pure chop noise bullshit. No way to beat this fucking market today. No way to beat this market today. As soon as you think it's going, it's not. Every single out I've set has not been hit. We're at 776 again. This is where we bounce. This is where we bounce. Seven 776.34. Not even that far. Did it have any strength to that move at all? Let's do it. Let's fucking do it. This market's been moving lower all day. We're at 776. Worst that happens, I end up fucking even for the day. That's the worst that happens. We're not going higher than this. I mean, not substantially higher than this. And this is where the market wants to close for the day. I have a feeling it might want to close a lot lower than this. So fuck this. Like I said, not fucking losing today. 776 is the number where it's wanted to be. That's been the center all day. That's the peg. It's 230. That's the fucking peg. Unless it wants to change the peg at the last minute. I don't think it does. Does it really want to fucking make 777, 778 the peg? It's had plenty of opportunities to do that. Plenty of opportunities throughout the day to show that it could bounce up to 778. It could bounce to 777. It's had nothing but opportunities to show that it could set a higher peg if it wanted to today, and it's refused over and over again. It just keeps hitting 776. And I'm not even sure it's a peg. It is a peg because there's a lot of resistance there right now. But maybe that resistance gives the fuck out. Maybe that resistance gives out here after fighting it all day. And we see a real move lower here now. And like I said, at worst, I'm loading up at 776. That's the peg as far as I see it. There's pressure downwards. You can see the volume flow indicator here. Well, you can't really see it, but the volume flow indicator since 10 since 9:30 a.m. has all been negative. All negative volume flow indicator, which means that the volume with strength has all been downward. There's just been a wall at 776. And if that wall can give out, which I'm not saying it can, because it sure seems like the powers that be want that wall to hold. But if that wall can give out, we might get a nice run lower here. And if not, at worst, I end at 776, which is where I loaded up my position. So whatever. Considering this a free roll at this point. All right. This is afternoon trading, by the way. Once I've got all the information for the day, I got a much better read on what's going on. No more putzing around. I should just stop trading mornings. I should stop trading Fridays. Start trading what I know. The afternoon. Once I've got information. 776, still putting up a fight. And it may very well not break down. But even if it doesn't break down, the market's going to keep coming back to it. It's where things want to be, in spite of whatever institutions, whatever whales are keeping us here. Maybe one of them, maybe one of those institutions, one of those whales finally fucking says, you know what? I give up. Fuck it. I doubt that, by the way. When these walls set themselves, they tend to hold, unfortunately. You can even get a very nice bounce off of them in your face, which sucks, but like I said, worst case, I end up where I started, 776. Ugh. You guys think? Eldritch Knight, Barbarian, Blade Singer for BG3. Keep trying to decide which character I want to make. I don't know. Tough call. Blade Singer's cool, but he's not exactly a warrior. I kind of want a warrior, but maybe he is a warrior with all those spells. I don't like how he does that weird, like, he's got a weird animation. Will my last words be, I want to live. Come on, let's go. Let's get a breakdown, specifically below this level. Wouldn't take much. That's 775. We break below that. Game on. Is this wishful thinking? Yeah, but it's also wishful thinking with a safety net. That safety net being 776. boy, 770, 776. It just won't break. Just break the fuck down. Break. Fucking kick the buddy. Break down, you stupid fucking level. Hitting our trend line. Bounce off that trend line or what? Bounce off that trend line. Bounce off that trend line. Bounce off that damn trend line. This is the problem with humans, all right? This is a human condition. Days like today are not meant to be traded. We have been stuck to 776 the entire day. We've barely moved 50 cents off of it the entire day. It's just, there's no money to be made in a situation like that. Just none. Channel trades, they don't fucking work. Let me add that to my rules. Channel trades don't work. That's a rule. All right, that's a new rule. Channel trades don't work. All right, we're bouncing off that trend line. That's what I like to see. Now we're heading back to 776, the big test. There is some sort of institution, whale, market maker, whatever the hell you want to call it, some sort of fat cat at 776 that has decided that that is the maximum pain point. They are going to refuse to pay puts below 776. Now, I can tell you, in my experience, when an institutional player has decided that a floor will not be broken, when they've set a peg, the vast majority of the time, that peg does not break. They just have too many resources. They can just hold that peg, and they do. And they hold that peg, and that's that, and it never fucking breaks. So I guess I'm stuck in wishful thinking mode where it'll break. It'll break this time. But that's not the only thing I'm thinking. The other thing I'm thinking is, even if it doesn't break, we're going to come back towards it by the end of the day. We're going to come back to it. And we'll finish there. We'll finish there. Because that's where the market wants to be. That's where everyone seems to want to be. There is just someone, something saying no. You will not go below that, which means we will finish there. Although, again, in the last 10 minutes of the day, the last 30 minutes of the day, sometimes wild things happen where pegs like that they can get distorted. You know, pegs that you've been at all day, you know, suddenly when the buying and selling at the end of the day and the repositioning occurs at the end of the day, you know, pegs like that can start to, I mean, you're not going to stray far from it. You know, we're talking give or take a point, but in this case, probably give a point up to 777. Point being, at the end of the day, yeah, hard pegs can tend to disintegrate a little bit, become a little less firm as the end of the day action begins to hit the market. All right, this silly little trend line that I drew is holding for now. Or not. I do want to save a little ammo in case we go up to 777, in which case I'd like to genuinely short it at 777. Yeah, like I said, these floors, they can be tricky. They can be tricky. How the fuck would we get up to 777 at this point? I mean, we haven't even come close to 777. I don't see how that's even in the realm of possibility. You guys are about to witness one of the greatest comebacks in all of trading history. Although I'm not sure how that's going to happen with a market that doesn't want to move. Yeah. It's actually very unlikely, but you're about to witness perhaps one of the greatest implosions in trading history. That's definitely possible. One of those classic implosion days. Implosion days can be good. They help you to rewrite the book on what the fuck you're doing. Like today. How did today spiral? How the fuck did today spiral? There were a lot of little mistakes, a lot of little annoyances, a lot of just a little wrong button pushes and just missing my outs. And there are a lot of tiny moments where if something had gone just a little different, things really might have turned out differently today. I strongly feel that way. Really do. Really, really do. Few less misplaced buttons. A few less one tick outs. And maybe this day turns out okay. Instead of an implosion day. But like I said, implosion days do have their value. You learn a lot from them. And I had that dream last night about not overtrading. I did not take that dream to heart, but I seriously will now. And the fact of the matter is, you know, with the overtrading stuff, maybe partly because I'm streaming, I gotta find a way to make the stream interesting in general, right? And interesting in a way that doesn't involve me trading all the time. I mean, I can still win and lose good chunks of money. That's fine. That's part of trading. But just shouldn't be in the market all the time. Why am I constantly in the market? These are not opportunities. These are not opportunities. I need to find a way to disconnect myself from the market when there's just nothing happening. I mean, this has just been pure garbage all afternoon, all morning, really. The whole day, we've barely moved. From the beginning of the day here down to here, it's been 2 points. It's 2 points of movement. It's been a nothing day. I guess that's, that's what the market makers and the algos feed on, because nothing days fuck traders up. Because, like I said, we're human. We feel that urge to fucking put those trades in. 803.50. Take profit, 803.50. Okay. This trade right here, I have 5 contracts. If I win this trade, I'm going to win $33 on 5 contracts. That's a joke. That's a joke. This is like a 13-cent move right here. This is a 13-cent move. It looks like it's like 50 cents, right? This is 13 cents. How the fuck? That is what I'm working with right now. 13-cent moves. Christ almighty. What am I doing? What the fuck am I doing? Hey, look, I hit it. Right back to 776. That was my out. 776. Now we're bouncing right the fuck off of it. Might as well get in here, right? I mean, why not? We're going to go back to 776. It's 3 o'clock. Get a little size here. Let's see if the 3 o'clock hour brings strength, the purity to break through 776. Again, as I've said, when an institution sets a wall, they're almost impossible to break through. Very, very rarely do I see institutional walls break down. And this one is a strong one. This one is a strong one. The best play we've had, honestly, is we went up to 776.5. That was the big opportunity. 50 cents. Christ. That was the big opportunity. 776.5. You could have shorted it and collected your 50 cents. That would have been beautiful. That would have been beautiful. $776.20. Even this seems like an opportunity. 776.20. That's like booyah. I can get 20 cents on this motherfucker. Okay. I'm actually taking it. Fucking A. It's like a fucking black hole. Gravity well. This is why they have physicists doing trading. What do you do when a floor has become a black fucking hole? Truth is, it's 3:03. We've got less than an hour left. The odds that we break down below 776 are almost very, very, very slim. If we do, there will be money to be made, but the odds that we actually do, I'd say, are 10%. Barring that, we'll probably close there. Although we could close at 777, although we've had trouble even reaching that. So I don't even really see that. I mean, feels like there's as much odds of us closing at 777 or 778 as there is of breaking down below 776. It's just where we are. It is Friday. It is the maximum pain point. There is an institutional wall there. What else can I say? I've said it fucking 15 times now. And there's no strategy to beat it. Unless you're a 0 DTA option seller with all the pain in the ass that comes with that. And you're selling your 0 DTEs at 776, which, by the way, I don't recommend. It's expensive. It's costly. There's a lot of friction costs involved. Don't follow my trades. I'm not a profitable trader, as you can see. As you can see. Minus $400. Hey, look. This was a little breakthrough below. Let's see how quickly we bounce back. Yep, pretty quickly. Pretty quickly. 776 reasserting itself quickly. I wonder why they let you do that. The institutions, they'll let you break through it. Well, I guess just to fool people like me into getting a short. Go ahead. You finally broke through it. You've got a chance. No, you don't. You got no fucking chance. Disgusting fucking pigs. Disgusting. I'll refrain from using worse language. I feel like using the C word. Fucking. That would be completely inappropriate. I'm not that type of guy. I'm not that type of guy. Break it. Break below it. Break the fuck below it. I am trading ticks here. Single ticks. Dream about overtrading. This is the definition of overtrading. I'm trading single fucking ticks. Whatever. If I can end this day with a 3 handle, that's a victory. What's amazing to me is that I can tell you ever since 1 p.m. for the last 2 hours exactly where we're going to be. and yet I can't make money on it. I mean, and I can tell you where we're going to be an hour from now, and I still can't make money on it. How's that possible? You know, how can I predict where the market is going to be in an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours from now, and yet make no fucking money on it? I have to seriously talk to Claude about these peg days and what the hell to do about them. Help me, AI. Help me figure out how to fix this. If I wasn't having technical glitches with ChatGPT, I'd probably be talking about it with them right now. So you can see, again, we hit 776. We're bouncing off of it. We could bounce all the way back again to 776.5. Would not surprise me. In fact, I'll just exit the position because what the fuck? What's the point? I can get long if we actually, I can get short if we actually break below it. If not, if we get up here, I can save some ammo and then get short when there's actually 50 cents on the table, which for a day like today is a huge amount of money. Wake up, wake up, wake up. I was only down $200 when I took that break. I should have been down 100 if I had just held that position. Fuck. The fuck? How the fuck do these things snowball like this? It's all emotional discipline. It is all emotional discipline. It is sitting around waiting for the right hand, and this day has given nothing but garbage hands. And there is absolutely every chance that it will continue to dish out shit hands for the rest of the day. Yep. 776 wall is just gonna fucking hold. And let me tell you exactly what it is. It is institutions and market makers fucking over options players. This is the maximum pain point. This is where they want the market to close to inflict maximum damage on options players. And that is why they won't let the market move. And that is why Friday trading sucks. Because you get this shit. Straight up. And you can call it all you want. We're going to be at 776 all day. I said it hours ago. Because that's what they want. Because that is what pays off the least amount of options. And that is where we are going to stay. And that is that. And that's how Wall Street fucks over retail traders. And the only way to beat it is to simply sit out and realize, you know what? Today we are pegged at a very shitty number. And there is no way they are going to let it move off that number. That's where we're going to close. That's that. There's no money to be made. That's it. That's it. And yet somehow, even though I know this, and honestly I have years of experience, this exact same shit every Friday, I somehow managed to piss away money on it anyway. Fucking joke. Whatever. Whatever. I hope all the gurus out there giving you their hot stock picks are fucking lighting it up. Let's see. Oh, yeah. MSTR, AMC, Oracle. Reddit. Reddit's up 11 points. Worst online form possible. I mean, honestly, could Reddit be any worse? Every single thing you post on Reddit. You didn't use the right flair. Your punctuation was wrong. You're off topic. Moderate it. Post taken down. Reddit has become completely unusable. Used to be you could actually post on there and have like an exchange of ideas. Now it's just moderators power tripping the entire time. Really is. The worst of the worst become the moderators in the channels because they're the ones that participate the most. So they're like the nerds who never go outside. They're the dorks who sit there, and Reddit is their entire life. And so they become the moderators. And once they have that power, the moderator, they moderate every frigging post. It's just like, guys, I don't even bother with Reddit anymore. Used to be a place you could have a conversation. Now it's a place just for moderators to exercise their inferiority complexes. Fuck that place. I'm no fan of X either with all its toxic bullshit. Believe me. I don't like X, all the bots, all the bullshit on X. But at least you can post on there and it's not taken down immediately. You don't immediately get, within 3 seconds, a reply saying your post has been taken down because the title was wrong. Go fuck yourself. I have not used Threads. I mean to, because there needs to be a third alternative right now, because X is just a Wild West mess and Reddit is like a prison. All right, looks like we're breaking below 776, doesn't it? But we're not. We're not. It's already getting too late into the day anyway. It's 3:17 p.m. I mean, I'll take a stab at it because I feel obligated to at this point. But we're just going to shoot right back. Yeah, we're already going back to it. What's the point? Sorry this stream is so negative and boring. But that's the market today. This is as bad as I've seen it. I mean, I've seen pegs before, but this one takes the cake. We have not moved, honestly, more than 25 cents from 776. There's been brief moments where we've moved 50 cents away from it, and those were like huge deals. But I said it back here at the end of lunchtime. We are just going to channel all afternoon right around 776. Should have just quit right there. I knew it was coming, but you always hold out this bizarre hope that, you know, maybe something will change. Maybe there'll be an opportunity. No. I knew it was coming. And I need to fucking, like I said, I need to talk to Claude and learn discipline, because on days like today where it's just going to peg to one number the entire fucking afternoon, it's pointless. It is pointless. If you're trading this, I hope you're doing okay, but I doubt you are. This is not tradable. Us just sitting at 776 the entire afternoon. And again, I'll tell you why. That's the maximum pain point for options buyers. This is the number that hurts the most options buyers. That is why we are frozen here. It's bullshit. I mean, I'm not going to say it's manipulation exactly. That's a bit of a stretch to call it manipulation, but something akin to that. It's game theory. It's game theory, and it's meant to screw you. It certainly fucked me today. Trying to beat it. I just have to learn. You cannot beat markets like this. Markets like this cannot be beat. They can't. If the market is going to sit at one number the entire afternoon, you cannot fucking beat it. You can't. Just stay the fuck away from it. Save your powder for a day when the market isn't being manipulated. Fuck it. I don't care. It is being manipulated. I guarantee you they're not buying and selling stocks to keep it here at 776. They're using index futures, index options, maybe the index stock itself to make sure it stays here. And then all the rest of the market will follow the leader, which is SPY. SPY is the leader. So they're using cheap methods to keep us at 776 and to keep the rest of the market there too. And this is why I say Fridays are the worst trading day. Monday, you get a little residual of this also. Tuesday, Wednesday, you get your best moves. The market makers, if they need to move things, if they need to change their positions, they generally do it Tuesday and Wednesday. So you might see some actual movement those days. Thursday, a little bit too, maybe. Friday, no fucking way. It's fuck you Friday. It is fuck you Friday. Pegged the entire day. And fuck that. Motherfucker. And Mondays, like a little better. Mondays, Mondays you get those weekend catalysts. The algos don't want to pay off people who are trying to play weekend catalysts. Mondays can tend to be pegged also. Any day can be pegged. Most of them are pegged. You're lucky if you get one day a week where you get real movement that's not pegged to a certain number. This week it was, I think it was Tuesday, right? Or was it Wednesday, the day where we kind of drifted lower? Other than that, it's just been pegged all week. So you know what? I should be happy that I didn't trade all week. I'm only losing $400 here today. You know, average that out to the week. You know, lost about $100 a day, which sounds about right for a market that was pegged all week. You need fucking movement. You need a catalyst. You need, a liberation day, an Iran war, something to get the market moving so that the institutions can't peg us like they're doing right now. 3:23 p.m. and we are exactly at 776. Fuck you. I'll tell you guys when the summer's over, when my kids are back in school, when my bathroom is done being remodeled. Please, God, let the fucking bathroom get done. When all that shit is over, I will start coming up with more interesting content for days like today. I know this is boring shit. This is real, by the way. I mean, I could be losing less money. That would also be real. That'd be nice if it was real, but not losing so much money. But this is the reality of it. Most days are like this. But as I was saying, I'll try and come up with some content that's not just sitting around watching us pegged and complaining about it. I just don't have the time right now to invest in bits. I don't know what you would call it. Dead air, bits. Isn't that what they call them? Radio personalities? You got to come up with a bit when you're, I don't know. I'll figure it the fuck out, but right now I just don't have the time for that shit. All I can do is analyze what's going on and tell you what's happening and complain about it for the most part, because most of the time it is well worth complaining about. So that's the best I can do for now. Like I said, come the end of the summer, hopefully I'll come up with something a little better than this. I tried today with the little AI helper. Technical glitches there that I can't really resolve while streaming. Why I even continue to stream here, I don't know. I could have stopped streaming 3 hours ago and it would have been the same result, except less money lost. We'd still be at 776. But yeah, I'll try and come up with something for shit days like this. most importantly, I'd like to try and come up with winning content for you guys, you know? Look, I've made no secret I'm not a profitable trader, but again, I do think I'm close. I mean, I can tell you what the market's going to do and where it's going to go, especially past 1 p.m. when I have the full set of information from the morning. I can give you a very good idea of what's going to occur. But again, execution is everything. Execution, execution, execution. So even though I can tell you we're going to sit at 776 all afternoon without being able to execute some sort of profitable trade on it, it doesn't mean much. So yeah, what I'd really like to give you is profitable content. And like I said, I'm close. If I can just manage to avoid shit days like this, implosion days basically, where there's nothing going on and I feel obligated, that human need to do something to earn my daily bread. By the way, you want to fight that urge. The urge to earn your daily bread does not work in markets. It just doesn't work that way. Markets give you opportunities, but they don't give them every day. They just don't. They give them, if you're lucky, twice a week, maybe once a week. You know, there are time periods when things really flare up, things really start moving, where you can string together days in a row where you have profitability. But then you're going to have stretches like this week where there's just no movement and there's no beating it. There's no beating it. There's no magic formula. There's no Fibonacci, you know, look at this indicator, look at that. And there's nothing. There's nothing to beat this. There's nothing to beat it. So, again, that's the reality of day trading. This is the reality of day trading right here. Being frustrated about a market that really doesn't give you shit most of the time. A lot like poker, you're waiting for big hands. Big hands don't come often. And the goal is protect your capital until those big hands come and then hammer them. I did not do that successfully today. I did not do that successfully today whatsoever. So, fuck it. Fuck it. Such is life. At least we get the weekend off, right? Yeah. And I'm on vacation tomorrow. I mean, next week. I'm sure it'll be like, by far, I'll be on vacation Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I guarantee you right now, put it in the bank. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday will be the most active, profitable, directional, momentum-driven trading days you have ever seen in your entire life. And I will miss them. Will completely fucking miss them. That's my life. It's my life in a nutshell. Putting in some stink bids here in case we want to spike higher before we come back down to 376. Maybe we want to do a little like flush out higher and then crash back down. I could see that. Why not? Yeah. Little shitty bids. Well, offers, really, that I don't expect to get filled. But throw them out there. Maybe we get a spike. They get filled. And then I can ride it back down. (3:37 p.m.) This day is wrapping up. I'm sticking around on the off chance that at 3:50 p.m. we want to have a move. It's fucking comical. Why would I think that at 3:50 p.m. we are going to do anything but sit at 776? Classic hero trade. Haven't made it yet, but I'm waiting for it. Classic attempt at a hero trade. Let me get my hero trade in here. It's not just a daily hero trade, it's a weekly hero trade. Even better. Right back to 776. Wish whatever whale or institution was putting the floor in at 776 would just disappear. Like that movie, The Button. Just push the button, boop, bye-bye. 776 buyer. Now the market can actually move lower. I'm awake. For now. This is really how I should trade. Just dead to the world. $3.44. Hey Siri, set timer, 5 minutes. A little late, it already ticked. 4 minutes. My goal entering this last 10 minutes should really be don't lose money. Don't lose money on a hero trade here. I don't even see what hero trade there is possible. We're going to stick to 376. If we can vary from it significantly, maybe can make a little money, but disheartening day. There will have to be lessons learned from this. Have to be lessons learned from this. Have to be lessons learned from this. Market wants to move lower. I mean, every indicator is lower. It's just, there's just a wall. There's just a wall. And like I said, maybe Monday we bust through it, but again, Monday tends to be a bit too obvious. They don't like to do it on Monday. Maybe Tuesday or Wednesday we actually move lower. One day I will learn how to make money on a peg. It's not rocket science. Wait till it moves far enough away from the peg, and fade it. But we haven't moved more than 25 cents away from it, so this is about as tight a peg as I've ever seen. This bottom right here is 775.9. This top right here is 772.3. It's a 40 cents window. What a joke. Oh, my alarm. That went fast. Okay. 30 seconds until 350. Okay, goal here. Don't lose money. 376 is where the market wants to close. Don't lose money. Change my stink bids to be a little lower size. Oh, we just dinged it. Holy shit. I must be micro sleeping here. Fastest 30 seconds of my life. Next thing you know, I'm going to look down. It's 4 o'clock. Nothing. Boy, what a fucking disappointment. Okay. Important lesson take away from today. You just can't make money every day. You just can't. You can't. Can't be done. Come on, at least get to 776.5. Give me a little something. We're not even going to go up that high, are we? We are not even going to go up that high, are we? No, we're not. Nope, we're not. Couldn't even get to 776.5. That's where my sell limit order is. Couldn't even get there. At least I could make $100 back, maybe. Nope. Going right back to 776. Okay. I have some serious work to do over the weekend on my trading. This is the problem, again. With my personal life, I don't have time to actually do the work. Not the actual trading. The trading I find time to do. Which honestly, it should be the other way around. I should sit these days out and find the time to do the actual note taking and the theorizing and the planning and the rule adjustments that need to be done to trade correctly. Instead of finding time to trade, I should find time to correct my trading. But I don't have time for that. I don't have time to do the 1,000 little fucking things that need to be done to tweak my trading, such as hammering home a rule and enforcement for how to sit out days like today where there is zero opportunity to make money. Fuck. It's way more important to get the rules down for how to avoid losing money on days like today than it is to actually trade today. Boy, what a shit day. Shit week. Luckily, I haven't been trading it this week, but look at this. Ugh. Give me a fucking break. I don't know. If you go back to lunchtime, you go back to 1 o'clock. Again, I told you exactly what was going to happen. We were going to sit at 776 all afternoon. I sat around and I watched it. I traded it in the beginning until my brain turned on and actually accepted that my read was correct and that there was no money to be made here. $356, and we're gonna finish at 776. This is Friday, folks. This is Friday. Fuck you, Friday. This is what they do. Peg us to a number, keep us there all day. I'm fucking done losing money on days like today. Fuck this shit. Fuck this shit. Now it'll give like a little false breakthrough. I can short it here because I know we're going to end at 776. So why not short it here? $357. 776, holding like a brick wall. All it would take is one big defector, one big whale or institution that says, hey, you know what? I don't want to hold my positions overnight. I'm going to bail. And it would start a fucking chain reaction of other whales bailing. It's not going to happen. Never happens, but could hold out hope. $358. About to hit 359. Yep, there's 359. Now you're going to shoot back to 356 in the last 5 seconds. Yep, come on back to it. Yep. 356. I mean, 776. Disgusted. Disgusted that the market does this, number one. It's so blatantly obvious what they're doing, why they're doing it. And yet there's no way to make money on it. If the market doesn't move, you can't make money on it. So, yep. Spent the last 3-4 hours wasting money, honestly, but I haven't really traded in that much in the last couple hours, at least. Trying in vain to hope that we would somehow vary from the thesis of 376 as the peg. Let this be a lesson, at least. Pegs happen, especially on Friday. The market pegs to where it wants to peg, wherever the market makers decide, and that's where it is, and that's where we were all afternoon. 376. The entire time We never moved more than 30 cents away from it. Like I said, I've got a vacation next week for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, so I'm not going to be trading then. Thank God. And maybe over the weekend, if I find some time to actually focus on what the fuck I'm doing, I can actually come up with some sort of plan on how to handle days like today. Not to actually make money, but to at least sit them out patiently and wait for better days. That's the lesson for today. Wait for better. You cannot make money every day, especially Fridays when there is a very, very, very clear peg. Only way to make money is if we move away from that peg, which we did not at all today. So you'd think knowing where we were going to close the day, knowing where we were going to spend the entire day would be an opportunity to make money. I don't know. Other than selling options, which is complicated, involves immense friction costs, I don't know any other way. So, yeah, is what it is. Take that lesson away. There are days to make money in the market, and then there are days like today where it simply is not possible. All right, potential shift here, guys. See you next week, probably Thursday. Good luck.